All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee's public hearing for Tuesday, February 26th to order. As you can imagine, with the weather and the storms, we'll have some committee members coming in and out in person, but we have several other committee members joining us via Zoom today. So with that, let's get right to it. The first item on the agenda today is a House Joint Resolution. It's a resolution confirming the nomination of Delwyn Cummings of Meriden to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. I believe he is joining us via Zoom.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Cummings.
Good morning.
If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Duff, Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney, and Godfrey, Ranking Members Yacarino, Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Delwyn Cummings, and I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve on the Board of Regents for Connecticut State College and Universities. I retired as a professor from Naugatuck Valley Community College in 2020 after 27 years of teaching. As co-chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee, I served as an ex officio member of the Board of Regents from 2018 to 2019. Prior to my academic career, I was part of a team that started Advanced Technology Materials in New Milford, Connecticut. This semiconductor materials company grew in size to several hundred employees. Our success hinged on finding and hiring productive personnel. Establishing relationships with higher education institutions helped enormously in these efforts. Before the startup company, I was a production supervisor at Pfizer in Wallingford, Connecticut, overseeing a 24/7 factory floor that produced sheet metal for electrical applications using powder metallurgy. Having qualified operators correlated directly with the quality of the product produced. The reason that I went into academia was to grow the relationship between the private sector and higher education. I saw where cooperation is healthy, businesses, colleges, and students all thrive. By entering academia, I hope to bring higher education and the private sector closer together. As a regent, I would like to continue this work. Thank you for your consideration to be a regent for the CSCU board. I welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings. Congratulations on your nomination. Just a couple questions on is this an initial appointment or have you served already?
I've been serving on a provision. I guess I've been serving since the summer, June or July.
So how many meetings have you attended?
Probably around 6 or 7.
Okay. Any reactions to your first kind of half dozen meetings?
No, it's always a learning experience. I was on the board, a few years back, and so you have to relearn a lot of things. Lots has changed in the few years.
Oh, I'm sure. A question on your I guess oral testimony. You mentioned the relationship between the private sector and higher education and the importance of that. Can you talk a little bit about any ideas or initiatives you might think of to kind of ensure that happens?
Yeah, there's a culture gap between those two. Academia and the private sector certainly are two different worlds. I think getting more interaction between those two worlds would help. When I was in the private sector, I worked as an adjunct professor for quite a few years, and that's a really good way for both the students to benefit from some industry experience and also for the industry people to learn what's going on in the colleges. So, that's one thing. Another thing, when I was a professor at Naugatuck Valley, I had a relationship with Bill Sigworth. He was a retired chemist from Chemtura, and he tutored my students for, 10, 15 years at least. He's a guy that had a wealth of experience. He could charge $1,000 an hour consulting, and instead he came at night to help students that I thought would benefit from him. And again, that's a situation where it didn't cost a thing, and we had some cross-fertilization between those two worlds.
That's great. Appreciate that. Um, One question I do have, currently, I think the board has two student members among the 20 plus board of regents. We had the opportunity to meet two board members of the State Board of Education last week, which, I mean, they blew us away. They were absolutely incredible. And I'm guessing the two student members for the Board of Regents are just as impressive and talent oriented. I guess my question is, if you're appointed, how do you intend to work with the students that are members of the Board of Regents to ensure that their thoughts and priorities are also taken into account?
Yeah, I've talked with both of the student members already. I'm impressed with both of them. And I've kind of currently they are not that involved in the committee structure of the Board of Regents. And I know as an ex officio member, as a faculty member, I felt that going to the committee meetings and participating was extremely useful. In other words, a lot of the actual work gets done at that level. And so I'm trying to urge them to somehow participate more at that level, at the committee level, just because I think that's a good place for their input to be heard. And I think it also would help them understand better, how the whole thing works.
Great. Appreciate that. I might have another question or two, but in the interest of time, I'll turn it over to some of our committee members. I'll start with Co-Chairman Duff, who's joining us online.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator?
Hello. Hi, sorry about that. I just, of course, at the moment you mentioned my name, I think my whole thing froze up. Good morning. I'm on my way. Thank you for serving again. And just based on the chairman's question before about the kind of your first and second tour of duties, can you articulate a little bit more about what has changed in your mind from the first time and this time that you're on from the last 6 or 7 meetings?
Well, it's more, just learning the different people that are present. And in other words, everything is based on relationships. And, in 2 years, I was able to develop some relationships and some levels of trust. And obviously that doesn't happen overnight. So therefore, I'm in that process of redeveloping some relationships where I can better understand the priorities of the different people on the board and hopefully work towards common goals.
Yeah, thank you. And I think one of the issues, and I've talked to some other board members about this, but really has to do with trying to figure out how best to serve our students in a way that is in some ways non-traditional, meaning that we have a lot of job openings in a lot of areas that are some of which are AI proof. And I mean that in the sense that like people just aren't going to lose kind of some jobs that we have based on um, based on what could be eliminated through AI. But so how are you trying to match that private sector with the board? Because I really do think that that's important, but there seems to be a lot of resistance to that, not necessarily with the board, but some outside influences, some within. How do you try to navigate through that?
Well, I think, obviously after COVID, we went from primarily an in-person experience to now a significant portion of remote experience. And you could argue that having an in-person campus-based experience has a lot of benefits. Well, we've lost that with a portion of our classes. And so the transition to more of a workplace-based education system, in other words, more on-site experience at a private sector business is certainly beneficial for everybody, I think. Again, it breaks down these barriers between the two cultures. It helps the businesses better understand what our students are all about. It helps the students learn more what their perspective career is going to be all about. The worst thing is that somebody spends, say, 4 years thinking of what their career is going to be. And then their first month on the job is different than that. And now what do they do? They're in a heap of trouble. So I think to answer your question, the direction I think to help that situation, anytime possible, get the students into the actual job or as close to the job as they can.
Yeah, thank you. It's just last question, Mr. Chair, is that I look at places that have schools for various occupations uh, that cost a lot of money for students. For example, whether it's learn how to get your CDL license, or in the past, before we changed the law, was how to become a barber or a beautician. And that would literally put students in debt for decades,
Right.
just to get licenses for those, so that they can get that. I've always thought that there should be some sort of component within, especially our community colleges, that help to nimbly respond to whatever needs there are in the private sector for jobs. And so that's kind of why I have that line of questioning, and why I think that it's important to have somebody who can help bridge kind of private sector and the schools to kind of be able to figure out where the needs are at a particular time. And then the last thing I'll just mention is that the CSUs have had some rough patches the last couple of years or so. I hope that it is now behind us, and that we can focus on the students and focus on making the system the best it possibly can be, and that I'm sure will be part of that effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see Senator Looney online as well. Senator Looney. Oh, you're on mute, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Cummings, and thank you for your willingness to once again serve in this capacity.
Thank you.
Well, one question I have, since you are also a former adjunct faculty member within the community and technical college system, one of the things that I found frustrating over the years is complaints about the lack of really efficient and smooth articulation agreements for transfers of credits between the community colleges and the Connecticut State University system. That the transfer protocols, we've often heard, are much more difficult than they should be, and very frustrating for the community college students. And in some cases, we have heard actually from the independent colleges that they boast that they have a much more efficient system of accepting credits and facilitating transfers. And we hear this from places like the University of New Haven, Albertus Magnus, St. Joseph, Sacred Heart University of Bridgeport. Why is it that this is such a persistent problem that you would think, especially since we've had the consolidation of the community and technical colleges with the CSU system in the same system? How can we guarantee that those articulation agreements and transfer of credits will be facilitated, so that the students who do want to start their education at a community college and complete their baccalaureate by transferring within the state system can do so efficiently?
Yeah, that's a great question. When I retired in 2020, we were in the midst of the consolidation of the community colleges. And one of the big driving forces, obviously, was to address the problem that you just mentioned. In other words, when you have 12 different colleges, it becomes much more cumbersome to have a workable transfer arrangement. I think a lot of progress has been made along those lines. I'm probably not up to speed as much as I should be in the exact situation, but my perception is that we're in a better situation than we were, say, 5 or 10 years ago. Can it get better? Obviously, but I think the people on the board and the people in the system totally realize that and are making strides to try to fix those problems. Certainly, if there were any examples where problems remain, I'd be all ears to hear about it and do what I can to help solve it. But again, I think we're on the right track in those sorts of problems.
Well, I appreciate that. And I hope in your capacity as a member of the Board of Regents that you'll kind of help keep on the pressure to try to make sure that that goal is reached. I don't know whether it's an issue with the faculty at the four Connecticut State Universities or whether it is some other issue, but I hope that you'll continue to be vigilant and try to make sure that that problem is solved, because there really is no good reason why it should be easier to transfer from a community college to a private college in Connecticut than it is to transfer within the system.
I concur. Yeah.
And also, I would like to just talk a little bit about your view. Obviously, it seems that Eastern Connecticut seems to have a somewhat different mission and profile than the other three within the system. That it is as more residential college, is seen and markets itself more as a public liberal arts college, as differences, a number of other differences that sort of put Southern and Central and Western in one group, and Eastern sort of defined somewhat differently. Just your views on that issue, and does Eastern have a somewhat different mission? Do you get different kinds of students applying to Eastern who applied than who apply to the other colleges within the CSU system?
Yeah, that's, since my experience has primarily been with the community colleges.
Yes.
I would be, I don't know enough to answer that question well, so I think I'd pass on that.
Okay, I was just wondering because we have four universities, but one of them seems to be somewhat distinct in its approach and stated mission about how it views itself. But again, thank you so much for your willingness to come back and take on this assignment again. I think your emphasis upon trying to find better links between businesses and the higher ed system are really critical, because sometimes we find it frustrating that there isn't as good a mesh as there should be between connections for employment and people coming out of our higher ed system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Vaccarino, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Cummings. Thank you for stepping up. Is this this appointment is your first appointment to the Board of Regents, sir?
Again, the way it works is there's a faculty advisory committee these are members that are elected from the faculty at all the 17 institutions, and that forms the faculty advisory committee. That committee then elects two co-chairs, one from the community colleges, one from the four-year universities, and those two co-chairs serve as an ex officio member of the Board of Regents, and that's the position I held from 2018 to 2019.
And going forward, will you be a full member? Because it says Board of Regents, so you've already aren't you currently a member of the Board of Regents?
I am, and that's why I'm assuming what this hearing is about, and because of the need for legislative approval, until that happens, I guess it's not permanent. I'm not sure. You're probably a better expert on the details than I.
What I'm reading about you, I think you are a great addition. I like your emphasis when you were in your private company, working with the pipeline between education, academia, and real life jobs. Either be EB or any advanced technology, STEM, really anything that could lead to a career for why somebody goes to a higher education or any education for that matter. So I think your approach has always been in your private life and public life the right approach, and hopefully you'll continue that going forward.
Thank you.
And will that be your vision on the Board of Regents?
Certainly. I mean, I've been at this that was my goal when I went into academia, and it's been pretty consistent over 25 years. So I hope I don't change all of a sudden, but I think a lot of good can happen. Like I said in my testimony, everybody wins. I mean, the students win big time, the businesses win big time. So it's not a hard mission to go after.
Right. And I see you worked with the Department of Defense at one point, and with your relationships there, or hopefully, like I said, EB or anything similar to EB, there's many good companies in our state that you can continue to have those relationships to maybe bring students or people from the community, the state colleges to these companies and have a dialogue have
Absolutely.
a real relationship. We can't just talk about this stuff. We need to really do things. And I think your past experience and your current experience will be a great asset toward that. Will you continue to try to continue those relationships with the colleges and the companies to provide real high paying jobs?
Certainly. I mean, it's, the companies have a huge need for, I experienced that as somebody that was trying to hire people to work in Connecticut. That's a huge challenge. I mean, it's not something that a company would belittle at all. So therefore, it's when they see results in terms of getting good employees from our higher ed institutions, it's you don't have to work too hard. Once they see some success, you don't have to work too hard to get them to participate more.
I appreciate your expertise and you're willing to serve, to continue to serve. And I plan on supporting you. I think you're a great addition. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn, joining us online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Cummings, as one of the Meriden representatives, I want to thank you for your willingness to step up, and congratulations on this appointment. I don't think this question has been asked in this way, so I apologize if it's repetitive, but what do you see as the greatest challenge for the Regents going forward?
There's a lot of challenges. I think that we need to break down the communication barriers. I think that because of that lack of communication, the perception of academia, of the private sector, and vice versa, the perception of the private sector of academia creates needless tension and divisiveness. So, I think a lot of problems would solve themselves if everybody was pulling in the same direction. And I think they all inherently want to. But again, it's these culture differences of, what people think of academia people and what academia people think of the corporate sector. We need to break down those communication barriers so that we don't waste our time, fighting each other, and we just kind of combine our efforts and work towards a common goal. So I think that's key. I think that the importance of the private sector for academia needs to be increased. I guess if I wanted to say one thing, I guess that's what I would say.
Okay. No, and that makes complete sense to me, and sounds like it will be a great effort on your part going forward to help achieve that. And again, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to voting for you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just looking online to make sure no hands are raised. Well, if not, Mr. Cummings, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, I don't.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being with us this morning, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Our second item on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution. This one is the resolution confirming the nomination of Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the State Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Good morning. If you could just hit the button first and then raise your right hand. Is there anything in your, oh, wait. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Concepcion, Chairman Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Bertel, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It's my honor to be here this morning to appear before you, and my honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont for reappointment to the Department of Education's arbitration panel as a neutral arbitrator under the Teacher Negotiation Act. I've been an impartial hearing officer and arbitrator for over 25 years. I have contracts with a number of state agencies and appointments across a variety of arbitration panels and rosters. And I've had the opportunity to adjudicate cases across a broad range of topics in law, including labor grievances, contract interpretation, special education, school accommodations and expulsion, consumer protection, and personal injury. The bulk of my arbitration and hearing officer work has been in the areas of education and labor and employment law. As a practicing attorney for 8 years, I represented individual employees in discrimination, employment contract and statutory benefit cases, and I also worked on a contract basis with a number of labor lawyers on public and private sector labor relations matters. And so through that work, I have gained experience in public sector collective bargaining, public sector collective bargaining interest arbitration. Those experiences and related knowledge make me particularly well suited for reappointment to the Department of Education's TNA panel. I run an efficient and organized hearing. Party feedback has indicated that I'm fair, reasonable, and quick to understand the issues. I really feel a great responsibility and privilege for representing the public interest as a dispute resolution professional. And I think that the public interest is best served when the opportunities are afforded a full and fair hearing and have an opportunity to receive a well-reasoned and thorough decision that comports with applicable laws and industry standards. And so it's my honor again to be reappointed by Governor Lamont, and I appreciate you having me this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you.
And your willingness to continue to serve on the panel. How long have you served on the panel now?
I'm completing one 2-year term, my first 2-year term.
Oh,
So
okay.
it'll be my first reappointment.
Gotcha. And as someone who's not too familiar with the workings of the arbitration panel, can you just, at least for my sake, take me through what a typical meeting might look like?
Sure. So the initial meeting or bump and run is an opportunity to talk with the parties about what the issues are, what issues they have already resolved in their contract, what issues need to be resolved, talk about the timeline, how things are going to come through in terms of evidence, briefs, and putting that together. And given that there is a tight timeline, is trying to be really efficient about that. And then once it gets to an actual hearing, is giving the parties the opportunity to present, their full evidence on each of the issues that is that needs to be considered. And often that means post-hearing briefs. A lot of that is done in the form of paperwork, occasionally testimony, particularly from, a town finance official or someone from perhaps the union with regard to what the particular interests of that bargaining unit are. So making sure that everybody is heard, and then taking all that and particularly on a tripartite panel, talking with the, sort of advocate panelists and determining what is the last best offer and ruling accordingly and issuing an appropriate written decision.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And this question might be unfair just because you've only been there for 2 years, but in those 2 years, have you seen any type of trend when it comes to contracts that have to go into arbitration?
So it's interesting because most of the contracts settle. And so I don't always, I pay attention to the cases that do go to a full hearing and those awards. I think the things that have been really important and have come up certainly in the last 2 years and really even beyond that is the big issues often are wages, cost of healthcare, and staffing in schools. And so those are things that I think we see often. Those often tend to be the issues that bubble up to the point of getting to an arbitration.
Thank you. I
And I think
appreciate
will
that.
continue to be so.
Oh, yeah, I can only imagine. I don't have any further questions. With that, I'll turn it over to, I don't see, Senator Looney's still on. I think Chairman Duff should be on his way, but Senator Looney, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your renomination. One question that I have is the theory behind the last best offer system is that it works to narrow the offers of the two competing parties so that each one is motivated by not making an offer that would seem to be so out of the mainstream that it would incentivize the arbitrator to rule for the other party. Do you find that to be working in practice? In other words, do the parties really narrow their differences at the end so as not to be seen as an outlier or being unreasonable in their last demand?
Well, I do think that the parties, take that very seriously. And I know that when I was practicing law and I was representing labor unions in that we took it very seriously, is that when you know that you're going to appear before someone who does not know all of your history, and so you have an opportunity to talk about and put out what those negotiations were and how you got to the point that you are, but being fair and reasonable and making sure that you are putting forward something that that you can live with, but that also is not so extreme as to sort of kill your opportunity to be considered, but I also think it's an opportunity, and this sometimes happens, is that, a union or employer say, this is a really important thing to us, and we're going to kind of be a little edgy or take a little risk here and float that and see if it, if that does float. And so I think the expectation is that the both sides are reasonable and they figure out where the boundaries or edges of that risk taking is.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning for serving for your second term. I'm sure you'll be confirmed. As an arbiter, you'll have, I'm reading through some of the process, so you'll have the two sides and there'll be neutral arbiters. Do you have any say in who picks those neutral arbiters, or with the school board or the union?
No, as the neutral arbitrator, I do not have any influence or control on who else sits if it's a tripartite panel. So the parties will select theirs. If they don't, then it will be appointed by the Commissioner of Education, but I do not have any control over the makeup of the panel.
That makes sense, actually, because I would think it'd be a conflict. And when you have these cases, is there I'm sure they're settled probably fairly quickly.
They're settled most of the time, and sometimes they come up to the wire. I've had cases where we schedule a pre-hearing conference and we're ready to start putting a scheduling order in, and then they say, last night we just pulled it all together. So that is not an uncommon scenario.
That's good. What do you see, or what tend to be the greatest stumbling blocks or issues that cause it to get to the point where we need a neutral arbiter, an arbiter for the negotiations? Just it's money or insurance or?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just time, they just need a little bit of extra time to get there, and that they do get there. But just given how the statutory framework of the timeline, that they're still working on it. And so an arbitration panel will get assigned. We might schedule the bump and run. They're still working actively, and it happens. When it doesn't happen, like I said earlier, I think a lot of the issues are around wages, cost of health insurance. I know that this year there's a lot of concern with a lot of boards of education with regard to the ECS grant not being, no change in that since 2013. People are concerned about inflation and municipal budgets and the state budget and what that means to a board of education.
Yeah,
And
that
so-
seems to be such an issue for municipalities
Yes.
because of property taxes and because of the cost of education and mainly the cost of insurance.
Yes.
It's astronomical. And then it always falls on this municipality, and then it falls on the contract negotiation. It's a different subject, but I was just following a nurses strike in New York City. My best friend's daughter's a nurse in one of the hospitals there. There are multiple strikes for almost a month, and it was finally, they had an arbiters in there, obviously, and they finally negotiated to a settlement. And I look at sports, how so many times an arbiter will eventually bridge the gap and help. And I appreciate what you're doing. Hopefully you don't have to have too many cases, and that we do resolve, because we need our educators, we need great teachers, and keep people working and getting educated.
And I think to your point, one of the things about the TNA is to avoid strikes. And so there is a process. Sometimes in certain other industries, you see collective bargaining agreements that have expired for 2 years and they're still working them out. And I think so the thing about the TNA is that there's a timeline for it, and so that those contracts get worked out. And certainly health insurance is a significant impact for municipalities, affordability in towns, inflation, the cost of utilities. There's so many things that impact the city, and education is a very significant percent of most towns' budgets. And so we see everything that pinches all of us as individuals or, companies or organizations. We see those pinches in municipalities, and we see that play out to the
And
boards of
teachers
education.
aren't that highly paid. The administrators are paid, I think, personally, I think too much because comparative to a teacher, what a teacher makes or a para. So that's another subject. But the fact is, teachers aren't that highly paid compared to all the administrators. And I talked to our local board of ed and members, and there's always threat to eliminate teachers, but there's never a threat to eliminate administrators. And
Well, and as I said in my comments, I also handle special education, school accommodation, expulsion, a whole variety of education hearings. And so I see teachers, administrators, and families in a lot of different settings. And I think some of the things we see, whether it's a result of impact of COVID and stress in schools, both in mental health of students and teachers, but sometimes the schools are juggling staffing issues. And so they're putting folks into environments that they weren't really intended to,
Right.
or, and so I think those kind of, honoring and respecting the teachers and what they do and having them not feel tapped out and being compensated is important. And we have the bucket of money we have to work with. And
I have a
so,
number of educators in my family. My youngest son's a teacher. I went back to college to become a teacher. I just didn't do it. But, and it's no disrespect to administrators. It's just that there's to be a teacher today. It's everything: a parent, a coach, a teacher, a mentor. And I think most teachers take this weight and they do a really good job. So it's not just respect to administrators. I just think that we need to look out for our teachers too.
and I think you may see some of the differences in compensation and how that plays out in negotiations and awards with administrator units versus teacher units, is that sometimes the focus is a little bit different or plays out a little differently.
But I appreciate you stepping up for the second time. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I
thank
know
you.
you'll do a great job, and appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just looking online. Seeing none, we have one last question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, there is not.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
you.
Thank you for being with us in person and braving the storm. Appreciate that.
Right. Thank you all for your time this morning. I appreciate it, but have a great day.
You too. All right, on to the Senate joint resolutions. First one being a Senate joint resolution, which is the resolution confirming the nomination of Alex Harris of Ridgefield to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. And I believe he is joining us via Zoom today. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth and tell the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I was deeply honored to have been appointed by Senator Martin Looney, President Pro Tem of the Senate, to the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities in May 2023, and to have been reappointed by Senator Looney in September 2025. It has been my privilege and pleasure to serve the people of the state of Connecticut these last 34 months. I won't bore you with an extended rehash of my personal biography, which you heard 2 years ago and which has been provided in written documents, but will instead offer an abridged version. My wife and I have lived in Ridgefield, Connecticut since early 2001. In May 2026, just 3 months from now, our son, who completed kindergarten through high school in Ridgefield Public Schools, will graduate college to begin a new phase in his life. I made my career in telecommunications and internet services industries. I volunteer with nonprofits focused on human rights, community building, and education. I remain staunchly committed to the advancement of universal justice and human rights and to the mission of the CHRO. I believe human rights and opportunities and unfettered access to participation and representation are essential to achieving a society in which liberty and justice for all is a buildable reality. I affirm that the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are not self-enforcing, but rather require continuous defense across all facets and strata of society. Most of my formal activity as a CHRO commissioner has focused in three areas as bounded by law: employment discrimination complaints, housing discrimination complaints, and workforce plans crafted and submitted by public agencies and contractors with ample guidance and assistance by CHRO staff. The third area, the workforce plans, are formally called affirmative action plans. That term has been much misunderstood and abused in public discourse for several decades. These plans do not dictate hiring decisions, but rather monitor processes and procedures to avoid arbitrary obstructions to opportunity. The goal is to minimize bias, whether intentional, unconscious, or institutional, to ensure best possible opportunities for all qualified potential candidates. Plans do not dictate workforce composition, but rather only require active, good faith practices to ensure broadest possible search and recruitment efforts for the best candidates for every position. As provided by Connecticut law and practiced by CHRO, these efforts do not remotely resemble quotas or reverse discrimination, but rather constitute the least, simplest, and most straightforward practices to ensure fairness and equal opportunity as broadly as possible, to continuously monitor and level the playing field. I will conclude my remarks with observations about CHRO staff. Throughout my nearly 3-year tenure with CHRO, I have been deeply impressed with agency staff's expertise, dedication, efficiency, and initiative. CHRO staff, including senior leadership, conduct and coordinate public outreach efforts, public education efforts, initiatives, events, and programs throughout the state, frequently on their own time. They labor with enthusiasm and commitment to public service that far belies the limited resources at their disposal and the immensity of the needs they have dedicated themselves to meet. I want to thank Senator Looney, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, and all the members of the committee present for this opportunity. Thank you very much. I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Congratulations on your renomination and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve. So you mentioned you've been on CHRO since 2023, I believe.
Yes.
And throughout, again, it's only a few years. Have you seen any trends when it comes to the stuff that is coming into CHRO? I know you mentioned kind of the three things that you're focused on. Have you seen any increases in any of those?
I don't have exact numbers, but it does seem like there are, in conversations with agency leadership and staff, it does appear that there are more complaints coming in.
Yeah, I have some numbers here that I guess in FY 2022, there was 2018 complaints compared to FY 25, which is 2,494 complaints. Do you think, obviously there's got to be some type of backlog at that point. Do you think CHRO is properly staffed to handle the increases in these cases?
I really don't. The staff labors heroically, but the need is growing faster than the staff is and the resources. We see, just there seems to be a lot more overt forms of bias being reported than in previous eras. But, my time, I can only speak directly to what I've seen over the last couple of years.
That's great. I appreciate that. And I guess I'm glad, again, you mentioned the staff and kind of their outreach efforts, because I certainly agree with you. I think CHRO does a really nice job of getting out there into the community and giving the residents of the state of Connecticut the proper information on what their powers are here. And maybe that's maybe they're doing too good of a job, where that maybe that's the increase that we're seeing. But I'm glad you mentioned them, because I was going to mention them myself, because you're absolutely right. I think we should applaud them when they go above and beyond what the call of duty is. And I don't think we do a good enough job here getting the proper information out to our residents. But CHRO certainly does a really nice job. With that, I might have another question or two, but I'm going to turn it over to Senator Looney, who's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I wanted to thank Mr. Harris for his willingness to continue to serve for another term in this important position. Can sense the high level of passion and interest in the work of CHRO, and in your comments and your commitment to justice and equity. One of the things I must ask is about how much of your time does it normally take in the course of a year? How frequently are you convened to meet and take action as a CHRO board member?
The commission formally meets just once a month, and it's usually 2 to 3 hours. We receive an email packet of the matters that we're going to hear, usually anywhere from a week to 3 days in advance. That will include the reports on the complaints that we're going to that are going to be presented, as well as the affirmative action plans that are going to be presented, anything that needs to be handled in executive session having to do with litigation that the CHRO is pursuing against the subject of various complainants. So review of that, is not very, doesn't take a long time, a couple hours at most. But there are other opportunities throughout the year to support the CHRO efforts. One of the initiatives that CHRO undertakes, which is not part of their, not dictated by statute, is they run the Kids Court Academy, which is available to school kids, students, elementary, middle, and high school students across the state. That runs most of the year. They take a break in the summer, but a couple times a month they have a session. It's handled by online, and it's educational for the students. There's a portion where either a commission staff member or a judge or an attorney that from outside that they've invited in will present typically a case on having to do with human rights or civil rights. And then the students are, taught the basics of the law around it, the constitutional law, the state law, and then often they break into groups to discuss. Sometimes they'll watch a film having to do with an important case. But this is, I've been lucky enough to participate in some of those sessions, have moderated. That's purely voluntary, but that's time that I don't consider time that I take that as a benefit to me more than a sacrifice I'm making. But there have been other times where on weekends you can find CHRO staffing a booth at various events around the state, and I've had the pleasure to attend some of those as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think it's so important that the public have confidence in the work that CHRO does, so that there will be a belief that the state cares seriously about discrimination in all of its forms and wants to provide an appropriate remedy. So again, thank you so much for your willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you.
Representative Yacarino, followed by Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Harris, for stepping up for the second go around. I appreciate your testimony today. Just a couple questions. With it seems like there's an uptick. I'm not sure if the chair asked that there's an uptick in CHRO complaints. Is that correct? And
Yes.
so is there, you have any, is it because was it yes?
Yes, there has been an increase in complaints over the last few years.
And it seems like our whole country is a little socially imbalanced right now, I would have to say. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. But are most of them work related, like workplace related or housing? It seems like most would be workplace, I would guess.
Most of, in my experience, most that I've seen are employment. I think there are three major groups of complaints. I believe workplace, or employment, public accommodation, and then housing. There seem to be fewer housing, but they're more memorable to me. But the most are employment, as you say. There were like, I want to say about 2,500 complaints in calendar year 2025. And unfortunately, I had the document open with the statistics on that, and I inadvertently closed
that's
it.
okay.
I can't find it.
That's fine. So when you have the complaint, there's two sides, and there will be hearings. First of all, there should be investigations first. Is that correct?
Yes. When the commissioners are involved, it's at the very tail end. But yes, there's a complaint, there's an investigation. It may go, at that point, it may go to a hearing before, administrative hearing before it comes to us, but a record is created. The complainant and the respondent both have opportunities to have their, to tell their story, to make their case. The staff attorneys will then make a recommendation. When it comes to the commission, will send us a memo summarizing the record and making a recommendation for how the complaint should be decided. But then the commission will hear. I'm sorry, I'm going on long. Do you?
No, you're fine.
Okay. The commission will then, hear from the complainant and the respondent, have an opportunity to ask questions of all the both parties and the staff attorneys, and then we'll vote on disposition of the complaint.
And then obviously there's probably an appeal process, and we don't have to get into that. But so when this happens, generally it's in the workplace, and most businesses have cameras today. Could you use that as evidence? Could the recordings be used as evidence?
To date, I don't recall any specific case that had video evidence in the record. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been. I just don't recall one. I believe that could constitute evidence if there is a video record.
All right. One more last question, and I know you have a very difficult job, and we all want our workplaces to be as safe as possible, healthy as possible. When somebody does bring a case forward, and it's proven that they weren't being truthful or thoughtful, is there any recourse for that, or they just vote people part their ways, or is there any recommendation?
I've never been involved in a case where there was, I've been involved in a lot of, I've, voted on a lot of cases where the complaint has been denied for various reasons. Usually, that the law doesn't empower a remedy, the CHR to offer a remedy, or that the evidence in the case does not support the allegation, but I'm not aware of any penalties,
Okay.
because I don't think we're finding, I don't know that we're making a judgment on the veracity of either party, but rather on the completeness or incompleteness of the evidence in the record, and in comparison to what the statutory, standard is.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to step up. I know it's a little crazy world right now, and hopefully both sides are heard, and I think they will be, and there's just justice either way. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
I'm sorry,
Senator, your audio is not working, even though I see that you are unmuted. Still nothing now. Unfortunately, yeah, we still can't hear you.
Is that better?
There you go.
Sorry, I'm not sure why the microphone wasn't turned on. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Harris. I'm going to call you Alex because you are one of my constituents and I know you well. I was impressed with your testimony today, but not surprised that you would be so professional in your approach to the work and to this committee. I really appreciate you having served and wanting to serve again, because I think this work is critically important. And I know that you bring to it a very honest and complete approach to it. So I don't have any questions for you. You've been asked a lot of questions already, but I do just want to say how pleased I am that you're willing to serve again, and proud that you come from the 24th District, from Ridgefield, which I represent. So thank you. And thank you to Senator Looney for making this appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing that there's no one in the room. Just looking online right now. Seeing none, Mr. Harris, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
I do not.
Wonderful. Congratulations again. Thanks again for stepping up in your second term.
Thank you.
All right, last but certainly not least, we have the final agenda item. This is another Senate joint resolution. This is a resolution confirming the nomination of Donald Williams of Brooklyn to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education. Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So again, thank you and good afternoon to Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yaccarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Don Williams. I'm very honored to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve on the Board of Regents for Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. My entire working career has taken place in Connecticut and once in Massachusetts. One of my first summer jobs in the late 1970s was working first shift at Worcester Spinning in Cherry Valley, Massachusetts, a textile mill from the 1800s. Those long, hot days in the dye house made a year at college seem like a vacation, and it underscored the importance of access to education and opportunity, especially since those were the last days of New England textile mills. My post-college jobs included journalism, reporting the news at WINY Radio in Putnam. I practiced law for 10 years and had the good fortune to spend many years in public service as first selectman of the town of Thompson, and then as state senator and president of the Senate. As state senator from the 29th district, I had the pleasure of representing Eastern State University, Quinebaug Valley Community College, and the flagship campus of the University of Connecticut. During my 22 years in the Senate, I witnessed significant growth and progress at every level of our state's higher education system. I had the chance to work with university officials and other legislators on meeting the needs of students, including financial aid and affordability, infrastructure improvements such as new dormitories, academic buildings, the integration of technology, and quality of life. A cornerstone reason for pursuing higher education from the student's point of view is the pathway created from knowledge gained to careers pursued. My work in public service included economic development and working to ensure the nexus of a well-educated workforce and a growing economy. Advanced manufacturing, healthcare, finance and insurance, technology, these are all critical sectors in Connecticut's diverse economy. Our commitment to higher education serves both the needs of our students and the future of our economic development. I'm a fan of history, and one of my most valuable experiences was researching and writing Prudence Crandall's Legacy, a book about the challenging times of Connecticut's most famous and consequential abolitionist. There's great value in a continued commitment to the humanities, social sciences, and the arts. A liberal arts component of a well-rounded education promotes critical and creative thinking, communicating, collaborating, and being an informed citizen in our civil society. It's part of a career-ready education, especially valuable in a world of increasing complexity, diversity, and change. After retiring from the state Senate at the beginning of 2015, I began 9 years of work for the Connecticut Education Association, including as executive director, working closely with K through 12 teachers and educators throughout the state. The excellent work done by our teachers and Connecticut's local schools provides a tremendous foundation for our college students and leaders of the future. This is an important time for higher education in our state. Technology and the changing landscape of the job market means that our Connecticut state colleges and universities must continue to innovate. I would be honored to do all I can on the Board of Regents to help CSCU serve our students and businesses in these challenging times. Thank you for your consideration, and I will always remember the lessons learned here at the Capitol about public service and meeting the needs of Connecticut's future. Thank you.
Senator, thank you or congratulations for your nomination and your willingness to continue to step up in a different capacity, but certainly just as important. Couple questions for you. I know Representative Quinn asked this question to Mr. Cummings, but what do you believe is the biggest issues or opportunities when it comes to the kind of state's higher education system?
Well, I think the biggest issues really have to focus on the needs of students in this changing time for higher education. Higher education has to continue to innovate in terms of meeting students where they are. And that includes not only their academic background, but their overall well-being. We need to be recruiting not only the traditional students coming straight from high school intending on going to a four-year college, but to look at the reality of today, which is students who are going to be working while they attend college, perhaps not all 4 years in a row, perhaps to get an associate's degree or other certifications, returning students who are coming back for more education, adults who did not go to college but now need additional education, and then the needs of students that I think our state university systems are uniquely qualified to meet. And those needs can include housing insecurity, food insecurity, mental health issues, daycare needs. These are the types of things that our institutions in Connecticut can address through relationships they build with the students, ongoing advising, not only as to academics, but then career counseling that should begin early on, not just in their final year. Then career counseling after graduation, where folks can stay in touch and develop additional directions, leads, et cetera. This is where our state education institutions, where our colleges and universities can stand out in a different way going forward, that do meet those needs.
And I appreciate that. And somewhat related, we talk a lot about retention and attraction of talent here, obviously in the state, ensuring that talent stays here. And you just said a couple different things there that would put us in a better position to make sure that the talent stays here. So just to kind of give you an opportunity to kind of expand on that, what do you feel the role of the Board of Regents would be to help us put legislation together to ensure that we put as much emphasis on the attraction and retention of our very talented youth here?
Well, I think you hit on the perfect word, retention, because so much energy goes toward the idea of recruitment. We look at demographics, and we know that we're now in a time of declining numbers of potential college students coming from high school than in years past. So that means that we have to do a better job of not only recruiting those students coming on from high school, but reaching out to non-traditional learners, for those who need to come back as adult learners, et cetera. In terms of what we need to do going forward to make that happen, I think reaching out for partnerships with business and industry so that we can have the internships, externships, and on-the-job training through those relationships can help us not only meet the needs of students, but it's very important that we stay with the business community so that we stay on the cusp of where the job market is headed.
Appreciate that. You also, in your testimony, mentioned technology. Something else we talk a lot about is AI and the future of AI. Any thoughts on what the role of the Board of Regents is when it comes to obviously the ever-increasing presence of AI?
That's a great question. I mean, I think the initial concern was, AI is going to write students' papers. And that's not just a concern at the college level either. But I think as time has gone by, we're seeing that AI can be a tool. And let's face it, it is a tool right now. It's going to be a greater tool in the future. So the more we can master how it can be used in higher education, how students will be expected to use it in their places of importance in their jobs in the future. If we can get on top of that and help students stay on top of that, that's going to make them more competitive. And something that Senator Duff said earlier when he's talking about jobs that could be AI proof. My talking a little bit about a traditional liberal education, the humanities, et cetera, a lot of those jobs are not going away with AI. And when we look at some of the different sectors out there, healthcare being one obvious one, and in education, there is a lot of potential to help students learn about AI and be on top of that because the world is moving in that direction at a rapid pace. I mean, we're seeing that in the commitment of many billions of dollars by our high-tech industry.
Agreed. Well, Senator, I might have another question or two, but I'm going to give my colleagues an opportunity to ask questions. Congratulations again, and thanks for agreeing to continue to step up here in the state. With that, I'll turn it over to Senator Looney. Hope you're on mute, sir.
Hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And welcome, Mr. President. It is great to see you, Don, returning to public service once again in a new capacity.
Thank you, Marty. Great to see you. I have to turn around to see the screen.
Yes.
But yes, it's great to see you, Marty. Senator.
Looking forward to have dinner with you in a couple of weeks as we previously scheduled. But one of the things, your position, I think, you and I served together for 22 years, entered the Senate together in 1993, and it was a great blessing for me to be your friend and colleague during those years. And I think that your service to the state of Connecticut really is unparalleled, and I think you bring so much to this current opportunity to serve, because you are both a historian and scholar with your Prudence Crandall book, as well as somebody who has a great view of the capacity of higher education in the state, and the unique position of having represented the district that has one unit of each of our three systems of higher ed, the 29th district, including Yukon, Eastern Connecticut, and Quinebaug. So I don't think there's any other district that has all three levels in it. So you've worked closely with all three. And I'd like to ask you, to begin with, the question I asked Mr. Cummings earlier, but I think you probably have more experience in it, about the somewhat different mission of Eastern, the way it sort of defines itself as a Connecticut's liberal arts college, as opposed to some distinction from Southern and Central and Western. Just your thoughts on both the similarities and differences of the four state universities?
I think that's a good point, Marty. And Eastern does hold itself out as lifting up the liberal arts, as well as other areas of specialty. And I think that's important. That does sort of carve out a separate niche for them. At the same time, they haven't neglected specialties. I mean, I think it was exciting where recently they just announced a partnership with Hartford Hospital through the Wyndham Hospital of a hands-on nursing facility for students. So I think all four campuses continue to refine not only the general college education requirement courses, but various specialties. My wife is here today, Marty, Laura, and she says hello, but she's a graduate of Southern, and she went to Southern for special education. And at the time she went there and today, their special education curriculum was one of the best in the country, and that continues today. So these specialties are very important.
Right, absolutely. And I think, as is often pointed out, our public universities have people who are current students, but future permanent residents of Connecticut. And the community colleges and the CSU system, the vast majority of their graduates continue to live and work in Connecticut and provide their professional experience and credentials to improving our state. One other thing I'd like to ask you about is what I had mentioned earlier on, and I know you probably grappled with this during your years in the General Assembly, about sometimes the frustration of transfers within the system. We've heard over the years that sometimes it is actually easier to transfer from a community college to one of our independent universities for a student to complete a bachelor's degree after having done associate degree work at the community college. Just your thoughts on that. It just seems to me anomalous that there should be more hurdles to transfer within the system than there is between a public community college and a private four-year university.
I completely agree, Marty. And I agree with Del Cummings, who was here a little earlier today. There has been progress in that regard, but more has to be made. That would be one of my priorities. My daughter, for example, went to the University of Rhode Island. Then she went off to become a professional rock climber after 2 years, wound up living in Boulder, Colorado, a great place for rock climbers. Her dad's nudging her over the years finally paid off, and she went back to college. Her credits at URI transferred pretty easily into a community college. She was able to get her associates and automatically became then a student in her third year at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And of course, all of those credits from the community college in Colorado transferred uniformly in. That's where we have to wind up.
Yeah, I think it just is so frustrating that we've heard from years in the system that they're working on it, but still, yeah, there seems to be more glitches in terms of the articulation agreements and the transfer protocols than there should be, especially since we created the unified system with the CSU system, CSU universities and the community colleges now administratively part of the same system as well.
That's absolutely right. With CT State, this should be a reality.
Great, great. And a couple of years ago, and I also appreciate your standing up for your interest in the liberal arts. That a couple of years ago, Senator Duff and Senator Maroney and I went to a conference on the impact of AI out at Stanford University, and we took a side trip to the Google campus. And one of the principal leaders of their AI segment at Google spoke to us, and one of our colleagues, a legislative leader from another state, got up and asked and said that he had a 16-year-old grandson who was trying to figure out what he should study when he went to college. And the Google exec said to him, I want to caution you that 10 years ago, we were encouraging people to study coding and programming of a certain kind. Most of that is now being done by AI. And then he said, my own undergraduate experience was as a double major in philosophy and French literature, and see where I am today. So I think we need to focus on the creativity and the rigorous intellectual discipline of the liberal arts as being universally applicable, and not educate people too narrowly, even though sometimes people go into college, and especially their parents are pressuring them to study something that can get them a job right away. I
agree. It has to be a well-rounded education.
Great, good. Well, again, Don, thanks so much for taking this on, and I congratulate the governor for nominating you. So you bring so much to this in so many ways, but it is one of the most crucial missions in our state government. So thanks again.
Thank you, Senator Looney.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for stepping up again in your life, and I really appreciate that. Just a few questions, and I know you have a great deal of experience, and you'll do I think a good job. But I had asked Mr. Cummings about the pipeline, and I think it's vitally important, like EB, you're sort of out your area, and any of the, not just the manufacturing companies. I'm co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus of Connecticut. I've always pushed the STEM. Senator Hartley and I have done a lot of good things. Before we even had a caucus, we weren't even we were not even members of the caucus, but we just did our job, and I think we've done a good job in our state. With you and the Board of Regents, will you look at, with your other members, continuing to grow STEM, which is vitally important for healthcare and research and jobs, and of course the pipeline through EB especially. They're always looking for help, and but skilled educated kids through college there's many jobs, not just manufacturing, but technical jobs in these facilities.
Short answer is yes, because I think all that's very important. When I was here as a senator, one of the things that I supported strongly and helped get off the ground was $10 million as an initial contribution by the state towards stem cell research, and working with the University of Connecticut on that. And two other things that I was especially proud of that we were able to pass in the legislature were the advanced manufacturing centers at a number of community colleges. One was at Quinebaug Valley Community College, and also the technology park at the University of Connecticut. And both of those involve partnerships with business and industry, involve technology, and keeping our students on the cutting edge, but also keep our finger on the pulse of the businesses that we need to support to provide the jobs that those students need.
I appreciate that. And I would think many of these companies are actually recruiting students now in Connecticut because we have such a highly educated, I think, population. At one point, and it's the year I got elected and sworn in, we did not have a board of regents. You remember, we had a board of trustees, I believe. in these about 15 years, do you think it was much better with the Board of Regents compared to, what we had before? And what have we done different with the group of Board of Regents compared to before? Because you were president of the Senate at the time.
Yeah, I think the missions were a little different. I can't speak firsthand in terms of, the chemistry within the board and whether they thought that the trustee form was more effective than the Board of Regents. I can speak to my limited experience since being nominated. And I find this board to be very desirous of being hands-on and being more of an activist board in a good way.
Yeah.
Working very closely with the chancellor and taking very seriously the board's mission of setting policy. The chancellor and the staff runs the day-to-day institutions of colleges and universities, but the board sets the parameters, the policies that need to be carried out, and then has to insist on accountability to make sure that that's being done.
I appreciate that. And I think that makes actually a lot of sense. I make it a habit to visit high school on a regular basis, speak to seniors, mainly seniors in the civics classes. I love history. I've read so much about this history of our country, but the world. But ultimately, the kids will always ask me at the end of the class, I'm usually at 3 classes in the morning, and then I go to work or I come here. What should I do for a career? And I say to my same answer, it's always the same answer. You have to either talk to your guidance counselor, your parents, or know what you want to do. Many kids do not know what they want to do. I have 3 grown children now. One's a teacher, one's a scientist, molecular biologist, and one's like a sort of an executive at Yale. They don't really know what they want to do. And 2 of the 3 of my children did not know what they wanted to do until like maybe 8 years later. And so as member of the Board of Regents, a new member, will you listen to the 2 student members and also maybe try to take field trips to different schools and really listen to students, because they feel they don't have a voice sometimes. And that's just one town, I'm only one town, but I would think it's the same for a lot of the high school students.
Absolutely. Listening to our students is incredibly important. And Tyler and Dakota bring a lot to our board. I've been sitting next to them more or less at most of our meetings and have had a chance to speak with them. And Tyler and I have communicated about some of the board history and the NCHEMS report that came out about a year ago. And so he was very interested in getting some background on where the system has been, where it might be heading in the future. So you're exactly right. It's important to listen to our student representatives.
What I do say to them ultimately, though, I will say, get a good education, get a diverse education, and work hard. That's all. It's really, at the end of the day, that's all you could do. I know we had some issues in the past and you weren't there, so there's no even sense of going forward, but I know you have a very good reputation and work very hard. But at the end of the day, we all, I think, want to have that communication between local education, higher education, and the job market. Overall, in the state, have done a pretty good job. No state's perfect, nobody's perfect, but continue to work those methods, those fundamental tenets, I think we'll do fine. So I appreciate your willingness to step up, and thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, Senator Duff.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for stepping up to the plate on this serving on the board. We're glad to see you again. It's been too long. It seems like.
It's amazing how time flies.
Time does fly. We do appreciate that after your lengthy service here in this building and to the people of the 29th district as well. I just want to go back to some questions or statements I made to our first nominee and just get your thoughts as well as to try and get your sense of working to be nimble with the private sector as to needs of our students, because there are a lot of needs out there right now that are traditional but non-traditional. especially in our workforce. I know there's efforts with more online learning as well, but just kind of want to get a sense of you, where you are, especially as somebody who came out of the CEA, being the executive director, and I think that's a great way of seeing what is needed from that perch as students move on to higher education.
That's a great question, and being nimble is very, very important. I mean, and tying with the CEA, I found in my years of all the three campuses, UConn, Eastern, Quinnebog, the most nimble by far was Quinnebog. And this is the 1990s into the 2000s, because they were very, very focused on the local businesses and the needs of those companies in terms of skills. And that's why they fought very hard for a couple different things. One was Advanced Manufacturing Center, because we have a lot of different shops that then make parts for aerospace, et cetera. But also there's something that Diane Williams, who was the president of Quinnebog at that time, came up with, which was Middle College, which was a high school for students in some academic need in Northeastern Connecticut, who needed the encouragement and also the bigger vision in terms of thinking of what they might do down the road. And this gave them the opportunity of not only earning their high school diploma, but earning community college credit at the same time. And it was sort of an early way of having stackable credentials, right? Which is the direction we should be moving in terms of high school diploma leading into community college for some students, which then leads perhaps to four-year college, or from high school to four-year college, and in some cases, graduate school. And that's where you can find that interest in the different professions, have the relationships with local businesses that can give students ideas, and then have the hands-on advising that also helps students see pathways forward. And putting this all together from our high schools through our state institutions is something that's possible. It's being worked on and done right now, but we need to do more of it.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just being parochial for a second. In Norwalk, we have PTech, which is students can go in as a first-year student in high school, and they can get their associates and their high school degree within 4 years. And as difficult as that is, many do. And they'll go into college, 4-year college, with 2 years in already. Some of them take a little bit longer, and that's okay. But for many of those students, they may be first generation students, and then they have internships and partnerships with IBM or other companies, and then they get jobs. And it's just a very seamless kind of a thing, and it fills a lot of needs out there. And like you said, it's some students who may not even be on that pathway, but now they are, because of those opportunities for them to kind of have both of that. And we're building a new Norwalk High School in Norwalk with PTech, and the idea is to increase enrollment there by 100 students, 25 per grade, so that we can get more students from around Fairfield County to go there. And I think it's going to continue to be very, very successful. So the more we can do that, I definitely think the better we can. And I will say that we're so glad to have a wonderful partnership. We just had one of our legislative breakfasts at CT State Norwalk, and hearing the students there who spoke to us that morning about the opportunities that they had that they would not have had it not been for the college and the system in general, and being able to ensure that provides them with opportunities of success. I think all those things are important. I know you know all that, but I want to just put that on the record, because I think that the more we can help our students, provide them with opportunities, and especially our non-traditional students, because we have a lot of non-traditional students, continue with our debt-free community college and expand that as much as we can. And then also providing those pathways for students as well. I think is really, there's just so much we can do. And I know that we have leadership here who's going to help us with that as well. But thank you for lending your voice and your time to this endeavor. It's really very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from? Yep, Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Originally, I wasn't going to say anything. I apologize for not being here for the other meeting. I've got a public hearing going on in another committee. Senator, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Congratulations on your appointment. I think everything that I've heard when I was watching from afar and in the room speaks to any questions that I may or may not have had. So congratulations. We look forward to your service in this new capacity. And I guess I'll say welcome back. Careful what you wish for. But anyhow, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other items on the public hearing agenda, we will adjourn the public hearing agenda and go straight into the committee meeting. So, Mr. Clerk, you good? So with that, I will convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026 to order. We have 4 items on the agenda. The first one being the House Joint Resolution, which is a resolution confirming the nomination of Delwyn Cummings of Meriden to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Senator Duff, seconded by Senator Berthel. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Yes. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes. Hear me?
Yes.
Looney, yes.
Godfrey. Berthel.
Yes.
Yacarino.
Yes.
Pizzino.
Representative Fizzino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Representative, I need to see your face, please.
I have my camera on. Can you see me now?
No, I'm afraid not.
All right, I'll keep working on it. I don't want to hold up the meeting.
Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio. Quinn. Retigliano. Sanchez. Scott. And Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will leave votes open until 3 p.m. today. Second item on the agenda is the resolution confirming the nomination of Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the State Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Berthel. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Yacarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes. Senator Looney is yes.
Godfrey. Berthel.
Yes.
Yacarino.
Yes.
Pizzino.
Representative Fizzino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
I'm a yes, if you can see me.
Fortunately, Representative, I do not.
All right.
Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio. Quinn. Retigliano. Sanchez. Scott. And Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Third item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review. This is the resolution confirming the nomination of Alex Harris of Ridgefield to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Berthel. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff,
Yes.
Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney,
Senator Looney is yes.
Godfrey, Berthel,
Yes.
Yakarino,
Yes.
Vizino,
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra, Gresco, Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Linehan, Martin, Nuccio, Quinn, Bertigliano, Sanchez, Scott, and Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last item on the agenda is another Senate joint resolution, which is the resolution confirming the nomination of Donald E. Williams Jr. of Brooklyn to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Senator Looney, seconded by
Second.
Seconded by Senator Berthel. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff,
Yes.
Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney,
Looney is yes.
Godfrey, Berthel,
Yes.
Yakarino,
Yes.
Vizino,
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra, Gresco, Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Linehan, Martin, Nuccio, Quinn, Bertigliano, Sanchez, Scott, and Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next meeting is scheduled for next Tuesday, I believe, which is March 3rd, 11 o'clock, same time or same location. With that, we will stay in a recess till 3 p.m.
There he is. Just got out of Greg's review. All right. Yes, yes. How you doing? Hang on there. See you tomorrow. All right.
You there, Dean?
Yes, Representative. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so we have 4.
Yep.
Okay, first is Dylan Cummings of Meriden to be.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Janice Sherman to be an education arbiter.
Yes.
Thank you. The next is Alex Harris, Ridgefield, to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you. The last is Don Williams, to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dean.
Sure thing.
Hi, Dean. It's Irene. Can you see me now?
Hi, Representative. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the first is Delwyn Cummings, Emeritus.
Yes.
Thank you. The next is Janice Sherman to be an education arbiter.
Yes.
Next is Alex Harris to be a member of CHRO.
Yes.
Then the last one is Don Williams to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher
Yeah.
Education.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Dean. I was on, I just dropped off at the very last minute, missed the vote. So I'm gonna be a yes, but I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay. Delwyn Cummings, Emeritus.
Yes.
Thank you. The next is Janice Sherman.
Yes.
Thank you. Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. And the last is Don Williams.
And yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dean,
Representative. Okay, ready?
all set.
Okay. First is Delwyn Cummings to be member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Janice Sherman to be an education arbiter.
Yes.
Thank you. Alex Harris to be a member of Connecticut Human Rights and Opportunities.
Yes.
The last is Don Williams to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
I'd get in trouble if I didn't vote yes.
Right, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Hi there.
Hey, Representative.
Is the meeting over?
Yes, we're holding votes open.
Okay. I would like to vote then.
Right, let me grab the sheets. Give me a sec. All right, the first is Delwyn Cummings of Meriden to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one is Janice Sherman, being a neutral education arbiter.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one is Alex Harris to be a member of the Connecticut Human Rights and Opportunities.
Yes.
Thank you. The last one is Don Williams, being a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And that's it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Senator. Can you hear me? Senator, can you hear me? Senator, can you hear me? Senator, can you hear me?
Hi, Dean.
Ah, crap.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm
I
not,
I had my computer turned down. Sorry.
okay. All right, I got you. All right, so the first one would be Delwyn Cummings to be the member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Commissioner votes yes.
Thank you. Next one will be Janice German to be a neutral education arbiter.
Commissioner votes yes.
Thank you. And then Alex Harris to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
Commissioner votes yes.
Thank you. The last one would be Don Williams to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Commissioner votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Glad to hear it. Okay, so I have 4 today. First is Delwyn Cummings to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes,
Thank you. Next one is Janice German to be a neutral education arbiter.
yes,
Thank you. Next one is Alex Harris to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
yes,
Thank you. And the last one is Don Williams, be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
yes.
Great, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Dean.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
Hi. Good, thank you. I'm yes on the nominees
Okay,
today.
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Representative.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm well. I'm sorry I'm late. Things have been one after the other today.
Oh, no, don't apologize. So I have 4 resolutions today.
Okay.
The first is Delwyn Cummings of Meriden to be a member of the State Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Linehan votes yes.
Yeah. Next one is Janice German to be a neutral education arbiter.
Linehan votes yes.
Good. Next one is Alex Harris to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
Linehan votes yes.
And the last one is Don Williams, to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Linehan votes yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you later.
See you later.
Bye.